What's up? How you guys doing? Hopefully you're doing well and everything's good. Let me see real fast. Make sure everything's good on my end. Looks pretty good. All right. So I've got you guys up on screen right here. If you guys want to make some chats while we're doing this binge, I'll go ahead and I will just reiterate kind of what's actually happening in terms of what's going on today. So we're going to be binge watching all of season 1 of The Chosen. It's going to take quite a while, probably about 6 hours or so. But basically how we're going to do that, since I can't actually show you the episode like we did previously, I'm going to have the episode running on my computer, but we're going to be on this screen primarily for the full time, and I'm going to have this count up going, this stopwatch going, that will show you what second we are in the show, okay? So this will be counting up the whole time, kind of going through and showing you what time we are in the show. So you have it pulled up right now on your TV or your computer or whatever you want to do. If you want me on your phone and then a second monitor, that way I can chat about different things that I'm going to say. You guys can leave your chats over here, and those can be on the screen as well. And let me make this a little bit bigger, actually. There we go, so we can see more of you guys' chats. And yeah, so that'll be on the screen as well, and then you guys can make your comments about the show as we're going through, and we'll kind of have a conversation as we're going through. All of us have watched The Chosen, so this isn't like a new experience for anybody, but we do want to kind of talk about it as we go through and just have some different things. So before we get started, just wanted to say that, make sure everybody's good to go. And we're going to be starting the first episode in just a second. So everybody go get ready. I'm giving you a few seconds to go do that. And I want to get going so that we can get through these episodes today. So we're going to start in about 30 seconds. Everybody get your stuff ready. All right, cool. Glad to see you guys here. We got a bunch of people in here. Super, super cool to see. Ready to binge. Awesome. Cool. Good morning. Good morning. Cool. Dorking, Ontario. That's a cool name. Sounds like you started to get a cold again. Well, one, it's in the morning, and I talked a lot last night for stream. I think that's probably what you're hearing. But yeah, I'm sure my body's a little bit tired from my trip that I just got back from. It was a long trip and a lot of talking, a lot of people. So definitely could be part of it as well. What's up, Bev? Good to see you. Good to see you. Awesome. Packing for Chosen Con already. Dang, you're ready. You're ready to go. We're heading out, I think, on Friday. Yeah, should be really, really cool. Awesome. Okay, well, let's dive in. Let's go. Episode 1 of The Chosen. We're jumping in. And here we go. We're going to count down, and we're all going to start together. So let me get this all set. And we're going to go in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. And we're going. Episode 1 of The Chosen, Season 1. Here we go. I love this beginning section with the disclaimer here. I think this is something that we come back to so often for our channel, especially talking about how the stories are going to be different, the backstories are going to be changed slightly, but that everything's based on biblical context. And I think that's really, really important. So here we go with Mary Magdalene. I haven't actually watched all of season 1 in a long time, so it should be good to watch through all of it again. If you didn't know, obviously this is the same time frame as Jesus' birth. So Mary is actually technically a few years older than Jesus in this version. I wonder what Mary's dad died from. You know, like what was his sickness? Um, I'm sure there's a bunch of things that were common during that time, but yeah. Yeah, so everybody that's saying you can't see it, so you've got to pull it up on a second screen or somewhere else where you can watch it along with me. This timer right here tells you exactly where I am in the show, and that will bring you to the same place that I am in the show, watching right now. We're just getting to the point where Mary is in her room in Capernaum, and she's waking up in the beginning of the show. So we're right at 2 minutes and 43 seconds. So go ahead and pull it up on your own and watch it along with me, because if I put it on YouTube, it'll shut down the stream, basically. So join along with me at this time marker for episode 1. We've got the guy running out into the market right now, screaming about Mary. And our first theme song coming up. Yeah, it's so interesting because we never really get clarity on what exactly is happening with Mary in the beginning. Like, because Dallas says that he's not portraying her as a prostitute, and yet we have this guy that's like running out of her room bleeding. So I don't really know what that I don't know what that entails for him. Like, what was that? What was going on there? Was it just a friend of hers? Was it some random guy that was trying to take advantage of her? I don't think we ever really get clarity on that. Yeah, Issa, this will be live as well later, so you can catch up with us later if you'd like. But this is the way we have to do it. Otherwise, it'll just be an issue. So maybe I can try adding a small screen that would allow you guys to see where I'm at without the audio, because I think that's going to be a bigger thing than the other stuff. Let me see. Maybe something like that could work. Let me see. Yeah, you're right, Kathy. It could just be like a one night stand thing. Yeah, maybe. When I first watched it, I don't think I understood what he was talking about there until I went back to do videos about that. But Quintus is basically trying to make sure that people don't evade taxes, they don't evade fees that they need in order to sell the fish, because they're trying to elude Quintus by fishing on Shabbat. But he's basically trying to make Nicodemus help him to get more taxes, which is interesting. It's so crazy. Like we never get a quantified number, but it is insane how rich Matthew is. So cool to think about how wealthy he is. Yep. So the idea, guys, is that you pull it up on a secondary screen or on a different screen and you watch it along with us. So sorry about that if you can't do that right now. I wonder if we'll ever see that guy again or if he's just gone. I hope we get more Eric Avari. I love him, dude. He's so good. Hmm. This is such a classic Pharisee move, like making up new rules. It's interesting. Hmm. These two have come so far since season one for sure. I also wonder if Dallas and the writers from the very beginning were gonna make use of Joseph of Arimathea, or if that came in as an idea later. Mm. I like this line here. A fire of fires. Yeah, the actor that plays Shmuel is actually a really, really solid dude. He's actually one of the heads of the Actors Guild that is dealing with the strike right now, which is really interesting. Interesting. All right, we're back now. Um, okay, super annoying. This timer restarted as well, so I'm gonna have to try to fix that, but I'm not sure that I can. Um, all right, so this first episode is going to be a little bit messed up because of that. Unfortunately, we're going to start at 1540. Is where the episode is going to start here. So if you want to join along with me, episode 1 of The Chosen, bring it up on your second screen. It's going to be at 1540, and we'll continue there. We'll just have to do it like that without any video on screen because they did not like that apparently. So let's keep on going. Here we go. 1540, starting in 3, 2, 1. Nicodemus in the red quarter. If you guys are catching up, we're at 16:34 right now. 37, 38. This is one of my favorite interactions. Mm. Simon and Andrew, here we go. So right now on the video we're at 18:08. So just match with that. I know the timer is going to be off, but it's all good. It's so funny that we see them in this light. We don't really see them like their previous selves very, very long before they follow Jesus, right? The wine hand slide is too much. I do wonder if we'll ever see Eden's brothers again. We've only seen them a couple of different times. It's crazy the difference in quality from season 1 to season 3. Mm. Hmm. Yeah, the CGI is just so much better in the later seasons. Hmm. Rivka. We're gonna see her again this next season, which will be cool. Some of the acting in this first episode, especially, I think is a little bit off. Some people do an amazing job. I think Eric Avari is obviously on point with a lot of what he does, but there's some actors who are a little bit off in this first episode for sure. This part is so good with Liz Tabish. She just did amazingly in this first episode too. Hmm. Yeah, I love that part. It's so good. This is where we are, so you guys can see Eden and Simon talking. Yeah, Lada and Shahar definitely have great chemistry for being a couple for the show. I think they've done a really, really good job. And I'm glad that The Chosen didn't shy away from showing like a marriage as well. I think that they could have. A lot of Christian shows probably would have shied away from walking into that, but they didn't, obviously. Hmm. Again, I'll kind of keep on popping this up so you guys can see where we are um, in the show, and then I'll take it away so we don't get YouTube attacked. Hmm. It's interesting that we're seeing this at this point in her life. Obviously, The Chosen wrote it this way very specifically, but um, to see that this is really the first time where she's hit so rock bottom that she goes to this scripture, because obviously she had never gone to it before, even though she had it the entire time, right? So now we're seeing her going to God for the very first time. At least is what it seems like. You can kind of hear in the background there's like whispering going on in her mind, kind of like the demons speaking to her. Interesting. I wonder if there's actually words that are being spoken there that you can't really see or hear. Yeah, there's definitely words there. You can kind of hear it. I don't think I've heard that before without headphones. That's interesting. There's like whispering. Shavera Macabre. I forget what that means. I think I looked it up previously. Yeah, I don't know. Mm. Mm. I don't exactly know what he's feeding her here, like what he's serving her as far as a drink. Like I don't think it's an alcoholic thing. I think it's like a medicinal thing. Um, but I don't actually know. I like Zahara a lot as well. Nicodemus's wife. I hope we see her again as well. That is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. Mm. I I do wonder as well if Zahara will come to the faith because we know Nicodemus is a secret follower of Jesus later on. Does he help her to come to that conclusion as well? Will we see her later on at all, or will it just be Nicodemus? I don't know. Obviously, she's not a biblical character, so yeah. Mm. And he comes to the realization only God Himself. One of the things that's really hard about this series in general is how many characters there are. And so, like, even in episode one, you're meeting like 14 plus new characters that are actually important to the show. You're meeting Matthew, Simon, Andrew, Eden, Nicodemus, Zahara, Quintus, Gaius. Um, you're meeting, who else is in this episode? Mary Magdalene, Rivka. Like, all of these are recurring characters that we're going to see again later on. Um, I don't know. It's really interesting to see how many there are. There's a lot of them in this episode. Oh, Shmuel and Yusuf. Right now, for those of you catching up, we're at 39:18 on the timer for episode 1. And I'll kind of show you where we're at here. Right where Nicodemus is talking to the rest of them after the Mary Magdalene incident. Hmm. Again, kind of doing the Pharisee thing where he's coming up with answers for himself that he doesn't really have evidence for. He's kind of just making new rules and doing his own thing. Really interesting. Again, you can kind of see the CGI is a little bit lacking here in this first episode. Kind of takes you out of it a little bit. And then the dove. You know what would be interesting? It would be interesting to watch this with Dallas and to see like what he would do differently. That'd be really fun to see how he would change these first few episodes. I love that line. Get the papyrus. How far Gaius has come as well, for sure. I personally think Matthew is making up random numbers here. I don't think he's following any set of rules. Um, I think he's just kind of making up numbers in order to get the money that he wants here. Because tax collectors would have done that for sure. Like he's not even counting any of the money, right? Yeah, they all do look really, really young, Tracy. They look so different. I'm going to do an episode on that soon, talking about the difference between season one and season three. Yeah, that joke is so it's recurring throughout the chosen so far. How good of a runner Peter is. Hmm. Yep. And Andrew's anxiety shows its face for the first time. Andrew bumps into Mary. Some people had issues with the dove leading her back to the bar, but God's going to lead you where he needs you to be, you know? Jonathan looks so weird here too. Like in the rest of the series, I feel like he's way less like Jesusified, if that makes sense. But in this first moment, he looks so much like the prescribed sort of like Jesus character in a lot of other shows. Like with his outfit and his hair, the way that it is, it seems too perfect in some ways. But I also get that you would want an identifiable sort of like person, if that makes sense. But I love this ending here, so good. The end of episode 1. There it is. All right, moving on to episode 2. Hopefully, you guys are staying along. Let me know how you guys are doing. If you want to leave your this way, if you want to leave your chats over here, so we can hear what you guys are thinking about the episodes. Thanks for doing that for the first one. We're gonna jump over to episode 2 in just a second here and get that going. Let me get the timer back up, and then we'll be back on track with our timer here on screen. And again, I'll do the same thing where I just keep on popping it up every now and then, and we'll do it there. Let me get this timer where I want it and how big I want it. We'll do it right there. And we're going to start in just a second. So everybody get ready for episode 2. Get ready for episode 2. Yeah, Linda, where you're going to have to basically pull it up on your own is how this works, because I'm not allowed to show YouTube. I'm not allowed to show The Chosen on YouTube like just by showing the show. Even if I just show the image for too long, they'll take down the stream. So we're trying to watch it all together with you guys. So you're going to have to pull it up on a different screen on a TV or a different part of your computer, etc. So that's how we're doing this stream here. All right, let's jump into episode 2 and we'll get this rolling. So here we go. Episode 2. We're going to count it down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Here we go. Episode 2. Shabbat. (948 BC), Chinnereth. Proverbs 31. It's so funny seeing the extras, especially in season 1, because there were so few of them that they kept on using over and over again. So you keep on seeing a lot of the same extras appearing all over the place, which is funny. I think they've changed a lot of them or added a lot of them for season 4 to make it less recognizable for how many extras there are. So, but I thought that opening was a great way of talking about Shabbat, kind of explaining it a little bit, getting into this episode, of course. Shabbat is a really important concept when it comes to Judaism, so of course they needed to take time to explain what that is so that they could then use it later on, especially in season 2 and in this, even season 3, talking about how Christ would do things on Shabbat or around Shabbat that people would be either confused about or angry about or whatever else. So, yeah. Again, if you're following along, this is the time that we're at for episode 2. I need to change that text, actually. Episode 2. We're 3 minutes into that one. This hairdresser is so interesting, like how they have the pictures on the wall of what styles you could have and different things. Of course, they would have something like this, but I don't know if it would be exactly like how we're imagining it here. But yeah. And remember, this woman, we're going to see her in episode 3. This is the mother of Abigail from episode 3. She runs the hairdresser here. Yeah, it's interesting too. I wonder if that woman in the hairdresser, because the woman says it's a shame only Ananias will see it. So I wonder if that's supposed to be like Ananias and Sapphira from later on. I don't know. Such a good way of explaining to the viewer like what's going on. Matthew kind of saying what Quintus does. Yeah, Matthew looks super, super young for sure. Especially without a beard or anything else. Yeah. Gaius just trying his best not to get killed. There's such a massive difference between Quintus's relationship with Gaius now and later on. It's interesting how reliant Quintus becomes on Gaius in a lot of ways. This is going to be really interesting because we're supposed to see a scene with Matthew and Simon in Quintus's office in season 4. So that's going to be really interesting after having this moment where Matthew basically, you know, throws Simon under the bus. I am sane. Mm-hmm. Buttering up the fisherman. Mm-hmm. The interactions with, like, random people are so interesting. I wonder what he's supposed to be reading here, Nicodemus. Like, is he supposed to be reading some specific material, or is it just random material that he found on demons and exorcism? Is it actual historic documents that they base this off of? I don't know. So the Avbat Dean is like the vice president of the Sanhedrin, and they're going specifically to the Sanhedrin of Capernaum, which of course Nicodemus is much higher rank than all of them because he's part of the Sanhedrin of Jerusalem, which is the Great Sanhedrin. Also, this guy changes in between episodes. I love how Nicodemus is like so wary and cautious about what's actually going on here. He's like just trying to, he needs to see it for himself to determine what actually happened because he doesn't believe that he did it. Yeah, this Avbat Dean character changes the next few episodes. They change the actor for him. Interesting. I didn't notice previously that that same person that was talking to Simon in the bar is the one that's fishing here that they're following. I know the Chosen didn't have time, but I would have loved to see what their lives were actually like before following Jesus and before going on this journey. Because they're like talking about a lot of this cultural things or like the relationships they have, but we don't really see any of that in the show. Yeah. I like Zahara as a character, but as a person, she's got some rough spots for sure. She doesn't quite understand the whole religion thing, I don't think. Just the traditions of it. We're gonna see that guy again in season 4. The guy that says, "Are you the Messiah?" The blind guy. Um, I originally thought that he would be the one that Jesus heals of blindness, but it turns out someone else. But we are gonna see him again in season 4 because we've seen him in the behind the scenes stuff, which is gonna be really cool. Yeah, I think you're right, Brenda. Yeah, she enjoys her status too much. Yeah, I could see that for sure. The setup for Matthew's parents, the payoff in season 3. Good stuff for sure. So, Darlene, we're right here in episode 2, 21 minutes in, if you want to join us there. That's the timer for the time in the episode that we are right now. Right at the point where Nicodemus is talking to Mary Magdalene. Right here. This line is always kind of awkward. Someone else? Is he a member of Sanhedrin? There it is. I do love Simon and Eden's relationship here. How we're beginning to see like it's not always perfect, right? And then immediately we get episode 1, a really really happy scene with them. And then episode 2, immediately we see the hardships that come along with sin and with doing things you're not supposed to be doing, right? Yeah, I agree, Abby, for sure. Mm. This part is always really interesting to me because not only do we see Matthew and his family, but we also see his sister later on, which we haven't seen return to the show at all. Like at this point, she's not married. So did she get married in between now and season 3? Because that had to have been the case in my mind, right? Of where she's at. And I believe Matthew's dad is played by a different character here as well. Can't remember. So that's his sister, who we've never really met. It didn't show his dad. Okay, I thought it did. Zahara hosting everybody. He's talking about Antiochus the Fourth. We're gonna hear more about him in season 4 because they're gonna be talking about Hanukkah, which is when all that kind of happens. Mm. There are certain like one-liners in the show that I love to take out of context and like use for memes and stuff. That is one of them. Nicodemus, where he goes, "Only God can do that." Another one of my favorites is Thomas in season 3. He says, "That's what Jesus said." I love using those for like memes and stuff. Here we go, Shabbat. There's another interesting part of this as well, where everybody in Shabbat here starts wearing kippahs, which was not a thing during Jesus' time. It's not like something that was done. The head coverings that men wore were not brought on until much, much, much later. And that was through different rabbis saying that this was a good practice or whatever. But it wouldn't have been done here during Shabbat, which is why we don't see it in the rest of the show at all. This is the only time we see it. Our first introduction to those two, Barnaby and Chula. Our first introduction to Thaddeus and Little James. This is such a funny thing, though. Leaving the chair for Elijah, and having Jesus take that spot is funny. Yeah. Setting up the understanding that Mary is not like other women, that she can read. The awkward silence. Jesus wearing a kippah as well. And we don't really know how long little James and Thaddeus knew Jesus ahead of time. We never really get that understanding from the Chosen. Setting up that trope as well for later on in season 2. Nazareth was definitely looked down upon as like a little small town. Yeah, I think we'll get a little bit of understanding of Little James and Thaddeus in season 4, but I don't think we'll go back and see more of that. But yeah. Romans and Peter here. And that is the end of episode 2. All right, moving on. Get all set for episode 3 with me. One of my favorite episodes. And a short one. Then we'll be nearing the halfway point of the season. All right. Everybody get prepped for episode 3. Let me change this title. Get this all set real fast. Episode 3. Got that going. We'll wait just a little bit. Make sure you guys are all ready for episode 3. Join us for episode 3. Get it hooked up on your TV or an extra screen if you have it. Maybe have a laptop and your phone, something like that. Yeah, that episode's really interesting because, like I said about the Kippas in episode 2, I wonder why they do those certain things, but, you know, I'm sure there's reasons. Not that I know, but, yeah, hearing more of Little James and Thaddeus' backstory would be interesting, but I don't think it's necessary for the show, which is why they didn't go into it. Just kind of like a unseen relationship that they had previously, so yeah, makes sense there. And yeah, I also like the different groups that they showed for Shabbat, how there's these different areas and different ways in which Shabbat is done. So that's cool. So, all right, let's get this set. Make sure we're good. And we'll back up. Okay, here we go. We're going to start episode 3 in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Here we go. Episode 3. I rewatched the extra with Gen Z. I forgot how powerful that was. Yeah. Really good stuff there for sure. So this episode is really interesting because this episode is actually the first episode in the timeline of The Chosen. This actually happens, I think, before everything else. And then episode 1 kind of happens 3/4 of the way through this episode as he speaks about Mary and going to her and helping her the night before. So it's quite interesting to see. But this is him preparing, obviously, going into ministry. So this must be after, like, I don't know. I guess it can't be after the wilderness, because we see Andrew run back after he's after Jesus is baptized. The timeline's a little bit weird. We've talked about this several times. The timeline is very weird when it comes to The Chosen. If you're joining late, hey Anna, what's up? You can join us at this time right here for episode 3 is where we're on. We just started episode 3, so 1 minute and 21 seconds in. Just match that up, and I'll keep on putting up the screen here so you guys can see where we're at. Right now we're in the middle of the intro here. So... And obviously your comments are on screen right over here. So if you guys want to talk and have conversation about anything in the episode, just bring it up and we can chat about it. So. I love how the subtitles say Abigail's mom. We do know her name because she's introduced in episode 6 as like an actual character. We actually see her obviously previously in the hairdressing episode here. But yeah, Abigail I thought did a really, really good job. Both Abigail and Joshua did a great job in this episode. Definitely found good kid actors for this. It would have been so interesting if somehow they found a way to get Mary's old doll to Abigail. Because remember, she gave it to the bartender. And so it would have been really interesting if they found a way to get the bartender somehow to give that doll to Abigail. And then we see her again in this episode. But again, the timeline is different because this happens before that point. So I guess it wouldn't have mattered anyway. I love how she just finds this random stuff and starts playing. You can also see some of the budget constraints for, you know, this first season. For example, like that stone wall that's like randomly there for part of this scene. It's interesting just to see random things like that that don't really make sense and look kind of out of place. Yeah, I'm sure they're very much older now. I mean, it's been since what, 2018, 2017 maybe, since they filmed this. I think 2018 is when they filmed this. One of my favorite things from this episode that someone made for content was David Tate. He made a trailer for this episode that's like a horror film, and it's really, really good. It's one of my favorite videos he's ever made. But he re-edited it with different music and stuff to make it feel like a horror movie. Yeah, I just love seeing Jesus making fire and like surviving out in the wilderness. Um, really puts into perspective what he would have gone through and where he would have gone and how he would have survived, you know, through all of it. So, and just seeing him sweat, you know, something that we don't really see in movies with Jesus. this was the one episode that really got me hooked into the show. The first two episodes were okay for me. I saw like the budget and was kind of off put by that, off put by some of the little random lines that were kind of off and things like that. But then when this episode came out, I remember this is the episode that really, really hooked me in. Yeah, I like this a lot, Lisa. I definitely would love to see that for sure. Flash forward to seeing the kids as adult followers of Jesus. That'd be really cool. I can imagine they may have time to come back like at the end of the season or like maybe season 7 at the end of the series. I mean, yeah, it would be really, really cool to see. What's up, Jay? Yeah, I love these little moments here. So good. If you guys haven't already, make sure to leave a like on the video. It could really help out. Thank you, thank you. And then this is really the first point in which we begin to see the prayers, um, where Jesus does his daily prayers or his nightly prayers or his morning prayers, all those different things. We start getting introduced to that, which is really cool. Abigail talking about the food. Joshua's just like, shut up. I don't think he'll kill us. Yeah, these rocks here are the ones I was talking about that are like, they obviously look super fake. And I pray if there are ever two children. Greetings, children. Even the cinematography, like it just looks so different than season 3. Obviously similar in some ways, but um, so much higher quality in the later seasons, which is so cool to see. What's up, Travis? Good to see you. We're in episode 3, 11 minutes in. If you want to jump in and watch with us. Thanks everybody for the likes on the video. It brings more people into the stream, so that's really helpful. Hmm. Okay, time to go home. Yeah, this episode's so good. Just the way that they portray Jesus and him interacting with the kids and everything. Yeah, just so good. So good. Bringing his humanity into it and allowing us to see a piece of that is important. Him creating a lock and key is cool too. And then him saying it is good, like such a creator thing, you know? Of course, from the very beginning, God saying it is good, it is good. So cool. Showing his divinity and his humanity at the same time. So smart. Is he dead? I wonder where they shot this. It must be in Texas, but I don't know. Is your father rich? Just not with raisins in it. He says he loves bread, but just not with raisins. As we find out later in season 3. Yep, this is so smart too. Sharing the Shema and the importance of it. It would have been so like amazing if one of these kids turned out to be like Timothy or something. Um, for obviously way later on, Timothy would be pretty young whenever Paul went on his journeys and things. And it's really funny too how a lot of these scenes with the children line up in parallel with scenes later on with the apostles as well, with them preparing different things and working with Jesus and all of that. Rabbi Josiah. Yeah, he's smart, so we should listen. Yep. So cool teaching them the Lord's Prayer. This is another point I feel like people got upset about, like Jesus getting a wound. How would he get a wound? Shouldn't he know everything? But the fact is, Jesus was human, right? And so, of course, he would have had wounds just like anybody else. He would have fallen down as a kid, and that's not a sin to trip, right? Or like we see later, to be bad at sports. It's not a sin. Yeah. There he's telling the kids the story of I believe it's Elisha who is being called names by a bunch of young boys, well maybe not even young boys from the translation, but men from the town, being called bald over and over again, and then a bear comes and attacks them. Like, so for the timeline of the show, did Jesus meet Thaddeus and little James before this point? He must have, right? So I don't know. It's hard to say. She doesn't even go to Torah class. I think we may see this scene in season 4. Yeah, my favorite episode from this season, maybe episode 7, has a lot of scripture in it, which I really love. But 3 is a close second, probably. So this is now where he's helped Mary the night before. What if they don't like you? Mm. So this is him declaring that he's the Messiah to them, even if they don't really understand it. And of course, this comes in play later on as well for season 3, episode 3. So it really connects those episodes as well. So good. Yeah, I would love to see these kids come back in some capacity later on in the series. Would be really, really cool. Of course, he left wood for the next traveler and some supplies for the next traveler. Yeah, the Nick at Night scene is my favorite, Anna, for sure. And that's the end of episode 3. All right, let's get set up for episode 4 and move over. Let me know your thoughts. As always, leave your comments in the chat over here, and we'll head over to the next episode. That's the shortest episode of this season. I think after episode 4, we'll take a small break, make sure everybody has time to go to the bathroom, etc., and then we'll head into the rest of it. But let's get into episode 4, the mid-season finale. Remember when these first came out, they were kind of broken up into 2 different sections. So you kind of had season 1 part A, which was episodes 1 through 4, and then season 1 part B, which was episodes 5 through 8. So episode 4. Here we go. Everybody ready to start that one? Yep. Yeah, of course he knew Abigail would come back for sure. Being Jesus and all. No problem, Anna. No problem. I know it's been overwhelming, I'm sure. So yeah. No worries. All right, let's dive into episode 4. Let's get this started. Here we go. We're going to start episode 4 in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Here we go. The continuation of Simon Peter on the boat with the Romans. Always an interesting time. This episode is our first real introduction to Big James as well, and John. Z obviously meaning Zebedee. He obviously doesn't want to catch Zebedee. That would not be great. Why are you not listening to me? Oh, is it Canadian Thanksgiving today? Interesting. Hopefully, you guys are doing well today. Walk on the water. This is such foreshadowing as well. I wish this was his left ear that this happened to. Um, it would have been such foreshadowing to the end. But I think it still works, obviously. Oh, wait, it is his left ear. Right. I was thinking the opposite. So Peter cuts off the yeah. He cuts off the high priest slave on his right ear. So if they had swapped that left and right, that would have been interesting. Sorry about the yawn, guys. Yeah, this is the first time we see Zebedee and James and John. Zebedee is such a different person now too. Of course, here we have Big James number one as well. Thanks, friend. Hmm. This is also the only episode with a deleted scene in all of the Chosen. We'll talk about that a little bit later, but it is an interesting scene. I'm glad they took it out because I think it would have made things not make as much sense. Mm-hmm. We're worse than the Romans. Oof. Yeah, we don't see much of Matthew's dog though beyond this season. There's Rabbi Josiah. I don't think the Chosen actually knew that would be Rabbi Josiah until season 4 when they kind of fully recognized it, or season 3 when they fully recognized him. Yeah, I love in this season how Nicodemus is trying to figure things out. Like at one point, he thinks he's the one that healed Mary. Then he's like, maybe John the Baptist is the Messiah. And then now he's like trying to go down that rabbit hole and figure it out. But it's interesting. So before this scene, actually, I believe this is the moment where the deleted scene came in, where a bunch of fishermen actually threaten to kill Simon, and he's able to escape. Um, Definitely would change the perspective of this episode. I really love this scene from a marriage point of view. I think it's just done so well to show the relationship there between family and your husband or wife. Um, yeah, I think it's just a really solid uh, scene here. Really realistic. Hmm. Yeah. Peacock and the fish. What he's talking about here is there's a law that basically says if someone's life is in danger, then you can break the law in order to save that person. But he's using it in the wrong context here. He's trying to justify what he's doing, basically. I do wonder where Andrew came from, because this is quite a ways away from the location in which Jesus was baptized in Israel. So I do wonder like how long ago it was that the baptism actually happened, how long it took Andrew to run back home. Hmm. Her brothers are trying to cook. Matthew hiding is so funny. Yeah, Noah has changed so much since this filming as well. So much different. Yeah, some of these shots are really interesting cinematography wise. Like, I just feel like they would never do that now anymore. I don't know if it was like a budget constraint or just different decisions that they were making trying to find the style for the show. But there's some of these shots that are just like weird. That's an interesting thing for the future as well. If I'm going down, I'm going to go down doing what God built me to do, which he does later on, right? He's preaching and he's taken out um, by the authorities later on in life. And of course, he's crucified upside down. Mm-hmm. Good morning, Gina. Shmuel's in trouble. What's up, Lisa? Good to see you. Right now, we're on episode 4, 27 minutes in. You can join us if you want to watch along with us. Yeah. Pretty intense part right here with Peter on the boat. Hmm. God? Is that you? Yeah, it's so crazy how much Zebedee has changed and like what he's doing now. Have you ever been at that point like where you're so much stuck in your struggle that you don't want to hear how to get out of it, you know? You just want it to be over and done with. It's a hard point to be. This is really the only episode we get Big James number one though, because next episode he changes to Big James number two. How did Matthew just like sleep when he's sitting like that? That's so funny. It bothers you that he throws so much water in his face. I mean, they're fishermen, right? They're probably just used to to doing that. Period. Yeah, the writing here is a little bit slower than I'd like. Probably, it feels a little bit off. Of course, it's not like the climax of the scene or anything, but um, yeah. I love this whole next section though. Super, super good. I love how much Andrew is freaking out. See, like this scene, Jesus looks so much better than he did in episode one. Like so much more natural. I mean, where like episode one, he was just his hair seemed to I don't know like uh, costumey, if that makes sense. And his outfit was like very costumey as well. He's like, "You want my net on my boat?" Of course, we see little James and Thaddeus and Mary on the shore as his first quote unquote followers. Andrew just silently freaking out. I love that face. Yeah, this music is just so perfect here. I love it. The only thing I'd say here is like it's kind of illogical the way that they shot it, just because it's so shallow here. Where Scripture tells us that they went deeper into the water and then through the nets. Um, yeah, but I think they did a really good job on the fish. Like the CGI here is pretty good. Yeah, really really cool. Like the first time I watched this, I didn't even really question if the fish were uh, like good or bad CGI, or if they were CGI at all. Not till I watched it later did I start to realize. But I thought they did a really really good job with those. And if you didn't know, they had like a giant green bag basically that was used as CGI later on. I told you. And of course, Mary seeing Jesus do some other miracles for other people. And this is probably the first miracle that Thaddeus and little James see in the series as well. And this is biblical as well. The boat actually starts to sink. Um, yeah. Yeah, the green burrito. Yep. So now the group is 7. It's impossible. Yeah, I love the foreshadowing in between these different moments here that we've got, and then of course John the Baptist and Nicodemus. Really cool to see these two interacting because in scripture we don't see it at all, right? But now we get to see them kind of talking through it and putting the story forward in a way that's new and interesting here. John the Baptizer. End of episode 4. Super good stuff. Okay, halfway through season 1. That's the end of episode 4. Let me write a quick note. We're going to take a small, like 5-minute break, and then we will come back. I got to take out the dog, etc. Probably going to grab a snack and some water as well. And we'll be back here in about 5 minutes for episode 5. Yeah, we'll see you guys back here in just a little bit. I'll set a timer and a note here so everybody can see. And then we'll go on that. Alrighty. Let me actually make this different. All right. We will be right back. We'll do a countdown. And we'll do, let's see, 7 minutes. I think that's a good countdown. Alrighty. See you guys in just a bit. Be right back. I am back. Hopefully you guys enjoyed that break. All right, let's get episode 5 rolling. Episode 5. Change this back to a timer. Okay. Get rid of this. And we're ready to go. All right, cool. Here we go. Back into episode 5. Everybody get that ready. Episode 5 is one of my favorites as well. I really like this episode, though there are definitely things that are inaccurate in it, such as like the one-day wedding festival, things like that, but not a huge deal. All right, let us get this ready. Here we go, episode 1, starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'm going to mute myself for just a second so I can eat some snacks and drink some water. Yeah, I think this was so smart. Introducing Mother Mary in this way as a mother, I think is so smart, for sure. This is where we get to see like a lot of the foreshadowing of if not now when, all that kind of stuff that builds in not only through this season but also in the next seasons as well. All of these moments with Mother Mary start building up, and of course, love having the original Joseph from the Shepherd in here. So great that he makes appearances over and over again. Really good stuff. Didn't that door look the same as Matthew's door? Looks really similar for sure. Part of me thinks that like Mary is Dinah's best friend, or the other way around. Dinah is Mary's best friend, but Dinah doesn't really. She's not that close with Mary anymore. I just get that impression from them. I just love this scene so much because it allows us to see like not only from Nicodemus's point of view what he's searching for, but also it explains who John is as the person preparing the way. So it's a great scene, really, really good scene. The more I think about this episode, the more I realize how many amazing moments are in this episode. Like John and Nicodemus, Eden and Simon, the marriage scene with Thaddeus explaining breaking into the rock. Like there's so many really cool moments that I forget are all in this one episode. Um, of course, water to wine, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, this is a really good episode. I like this one a lot. Thanks, Kathy. Appreciate it. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Abby. Yeah. Yeah, even the second half looks really, really good. Yeah, they had a much bigger budget for the second half of the first season, but then second season exponential growth, third season exponential growth. Now they're at the point where they're doing like $5 million an episode, something like that, which is crazy. There, he said as well that his father is. So I wonder if in the Chosen his father is dead or not, because we don't really know that. Meeting Rayma and Thomas for the first time. Yeah, there's so many things in this episode that are so good. We don't really fully get what Thomas does either. Like, he's obviously some sort of caterer, but is he hiring Rayma as part of his catering business, or are they working together as a business to help with the wedding? It's kind of not fully explained here. Yeah, that's a good point. Real dads. Um, yeah, I don't remember seeing them earlier either. Yeah. Yeah, Kathy, that makes sense for sure. It just doesn't explain it in the show. Maybe it does in the novel. I'm not sure. I'm not really the most avid reader, so. That's a good point, Kathy. I love the little things in this show that are like that, where she says she like talks about a carpenter. She knows their language, of course, because her husband and her son. Little things like that are just so important for good writing. Yeah, same thing with little James Gingerella. Both of them have definitely changed a lot in the last few years. Remember, this is before 2020, before all that kind of stuff. Hmm. That's a callback to scripture as well, where scripture basically calls Jesus unattractive. You see here, like it really does seem like it's Thomas's business, and he just happens to be employing Kafni and Rama here. So maybe when Kafni says later on that he when he thanks Jesus for saving his business, maybe that's just because his name would have been tarnished along with Thomas's. And then setting that up for later, of course, we see that in the scripture, and we see that played out later as well. It is interesting how season one, like they have Jesus wearing all these different outfits and stuff. Like he has this shawl over and different things like that. But then as we go on with the season, as we go on with the series, his outfit like just gets more simple and more simple. No, I'm not. I'm definitely not a wine expert. No, we drink maybe once or twice a year, not very often. Yeah, did sound good though. Hmm. That's a really interesting line. I didn't realize that he said that previously because that links us to John chapter 3, which is obviously episode 7 of this season. That's really interesting. Maybe I have talked about that before, but that's a really cool line where he says they're so in love with the darkness because that's later on in John chapter 3. But guess what? You won't be. The wife just taking a huge gulp of wine. Things are looking good. Hmm. Foreshadowing. It is curious how dark the groom is, considering his parents, neither one of them are that dark. Yeah, for sure. Dinah and Rafi have definitely a weird character arc coming into season three, where they definitely become the bad guys for sure. I did like this Big James. I thought he did a pretty good job, but we didn't really get to see enough scenes of him really talking. So getting getting our third Big James in season two is obviously where it really stuck. But it's interesting to see these other actors. I'm sure we'll say the same thing about Philip in the future. Glad to hear it, Issa, for sure. Thank you for the update. Yeah, this is so smart too. Just giving credence and background to Jesus's profession, what he would have been. That he wasn't just a carpenter, but also a stonemason. Yeah, really smart. Thomas. So they make mention here, like Andrew says, it's only the first day, but then the wedding only really lasts one day in the show because they leave immediately after this. Normally in Jewish society, like weddings would last like a week. To put that in perspective. This is a really cool scriptural moment as well. Not that line, not if not now, when specifically, but this whole section here. I definitely love how this episode brings in Thomas and explains his character very quickly. Um, Same thing with Rama. Like Rama wasn't a character that they were planning on continuing on in the future, but they did. And so at the end of this episode, they say he wants us to meet him in Samaria in whatever days. I think it's 12 days or whatever. Um, but having Thomas's character growth here is really, really good. Seeing him being logical and doubting and going through that process. Really, really good writing. Thomas is confused because he didn't tell Jesus' name here. Matthew. Mary saving the day. I love this monologue from Thaddeus. So good. Can you imagine being an apprentice at 9 years old? This is so smart, just the way they do this. And I love this part too because it's not just that he needs Thomas to step outside. He's asking Thomas to have faith even though he can't see it in this moment. He's asking Thomas to have faith even though he's not in the room when it happens, which is a massive step for Thomas in his understanding of who he is and who he needs to be in Christ. So really, really good writing here. Love the tie-ins from every single angle. Love the music here too. So good. And the imagery there of Jesus in the like with his hand with the red all over it obviously is a huge signifier to the future of his sacrifice. I wouldn't be surprised if they used that shot again later on to tie into season 6 during the crucifixion. Maybe Jesus' hand in that same position with blood flowing down it. I would not be surprised at all to see that tie in. And I like there too how Thomas doesn't rush in to the room to prove what's happening. He just accepts kind of that moment, and he's in awe of it, which is very cool. Everybody waiting to see what's happening here. Everyone's like, good wine. all it took was divine wine to make sure that uh um what's his name? Abner. No. Rafi. No, it's not Rafi. What is his name? I just forgot his name. The bride's father is cured there of his evilness. Mm. Classic Peter. I know a lot of people were upset about that line right there. Some things even I cannot do. Obviously, he's making a joke, but yeah, a lot of people were upset about that line. Yeah, so originally that line was he wants me to meet him in Samaria, but then they changed it and added Rama into it here. Epic. End of episode 5. Moving on to episode 6. Almost there. 3 more episodes to go. And then we'll be done with season 1. Change this. Episode 6. Yeah, his name's Abner. I could not. Sometimes I get names mixed up in my head and I couldn't figure out, couldn't remember which one he was. Asher, Abner, Rafi, all those got mixed up in my head. So, all right, let's move on. Episode 6. Another one of my favorites, a good one. I think episode 5 I like episode 5 a lot. Yeah, so good. There's so many really cool moments in that episode. Of course, same thing with Tamar in episode 6, where she was supposed to be just a one-time character, but ended up obviously being a big part of the show. So interesting how they were able to do that throughout the seasons there, or the season, at least season 1. Okay, let's get ready for episode 6. We're gonna start off in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Here we go, episode 6. Brenda. That's funny. Pawnbroker. Lepers are a big deal, for sure. You can't be near any of those guys. What is he going to do with that money, though? Because he's, like, exiled from communities, so, like, he can't really buy any supplies. I don't know. It's interesting. Boom, da, boom, boom, da, boom, boom, da, boom, boom, da, boom. This scene to me is so weird. Like, why is the money just randomly in the middle of the street? Like, is this where Zebedee delivered it? I don't know. It's so weird to think about. It's also interesting because this money is probably running out by the time we get to season 4, which maybe actually it's probably past that point. 2 years and 7 weeks. Yeah. So by the time season 4 comes around, this money is probably run out. But are they still? Yeah, they're still citizens of Capernaum at that point. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see how it plays out if they talk about taxes anymore. So this Avbat Dean is different than the previous one we saw in episode 2. It's supposed to be the same guy, but they changed actors at some point. Yeah, it's possible his sister could get him food, the leper. Um, yeah, but she's not allowed to be around him either, even though we know that she was at some point. But yeah, I don't know. Hard to say. I love how Nicodemus plays this here. Like he's playing dumb as if he doesn't know that Shmuel went behind their backs, but of course he knows that. This is actually an interesting thing. If you want to learn more about it, go watch my little James video that I put out here. But it is quite interesting to hear what the 288 is and seeing little James speak. This is the first real time that we're actually seeing him talk or have a conversation about his life here. Not the most perfect rendition of that song, but good enough for the first century, I'm sure. This is another moment where Jesus has like super speed. The travel times in this show don't really make too much sense, um, of how fast people are, or how fast they could travel. Those times don't really make sense at all. Remarkable. You're also a bit of a rube. Yeah, I don't know if if being a pawnbroker was like a real thing even back in the first century, or how that would have worked. I don't know if there's any real information about that. Here's Justin Overlander. Isn't that his name? Man, I keep on forgetting everybody's name. Yeah, yeah, yeah. He left the Chosen to go work on the Shift, I think. Um, yeah. Yeah, he's done several different projects since this. This is I don't think a lot of people talk about this very much, but this promotion for Gaius is like literally 10xing his power and his ability. Like if he was a centurion before, which he wasn't really, he was just a guard at an outpost, taking care of a tax collector. Um, Now he's in charge of literally like hundreds and hundreds of soldiers. Um, so it's a really, really big promotion. Unbelievable. You have the answer. I wonder why they haven't done more of this in the show. Like, I know it's probably difficult to learn different languages and to learn the lines in different languages, but there's definitely room to do more of this in the show, right? Um, to speak different languages and to do to show the different cultures here. Again, great kind of storytelling here, using this as an example to talk through um, the truth of the situation. I can't unsee the flower basket bloopers. So now we're starting to see in the second half of this season how simple Jesus's clothes are. After episode 5, we're starting to see what he's going to look like basically for the rest of the series so far. Some of these shots are really, really, really good too. I love this shot here. Just the perfect time of day to shoot it, and beautiful light rays coming through the camera, and yeah, so good. The CGI is pretty well done as well. It's not like perfect by any means. It's not like the most amazing thing I've ever seen, but it's definitely done well enough. Absolutely. Yeah. That's funny because, Jesus wouldn't have ever spoken English. So it is funny thinking about that and thinking through what languages he spoke and everything as well. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of us have a theory that Gaius could end up being that leader in the church later on. After his son is healed in season 4 and everything, maybe he gets demoted. Maybe he gets kicked out of the Roman army, and then he's able to basically be a secret part of the church. It's a possibility. So we don't know, but it's definitely something we've talked about. I love this moment too. So good. That's a foretelling as well, foreshadowing. Stay by his side, as she's gonna probably ask next season for them to be at the right and left of him. After like 2 days of traveling with Jesus. That's the part that always brings me out of the immersion, is just the logical missteps of travel and time frames and different things like that. That was some soulful singing, my man. But I did see it. I promise, I did. Yeah, Simon should have joined the 288. Yeah. Hmm. True. Very true. So here's Mara and Eliel. Remember, this is Abigail's mom and dad. Barnaby, can you do that to the well by my house? Yeah, I expect to see small mistakes like that, Gingerella. Definitely a normal thing to see in a show like this. Yeah, this is a big part too of the early parts of the series because they all believe that Jesus is here to create an army and to fight the Romans, but they're just wrong about that. And so slowly they start to realize that as they kind of walk through, except for maybe Judas, who doesn't really fully get it, obviously. Isaiah, of course, has a ton of messianic texts, um, really, really big ones. So you can see behind the scenes, like Nicodemus is putting things together um, about John and about Jesus and all of it. Remember, they're coming from a, a perspective of God being one, right? Which God obviously is, but they don't have any understanding of a Trinity, of the Son being able to come and be in human form on earth, and then the Spirit, and obviously God the Father. Um, so no one has seen God the Father's face, or they would die, you know. But yeah, it's an interesting subject for sure, especially from a Jewish point of view. Dun dun dun. Someone normal. Yeah, so I talked about this a lot in my little James video, Real Dads. There are a ton of times where these characters just disappear and they're nowhere to be found for many episodes. Even they just go and they don't come back until later on, or for a very small piece of the episode. So little James, this happens to more episodes than it doesn't, where he just doesn't show up for the whole episode and then he's appearing at the end of it. Very, very common for sure. They're already being fed. Interesting line there. It's good. Hmm. We also never get an explanation of who these people are that are with her. It could be that they had a different purpose for them originally, like they were supposed to be part of the same tribe as Tamar or whatever. But we don't ever get any explanation of who they are, because the story changed later, I think. I do wonder why Matthew goes with him here. Like, he doesn't know that it's Jesus speaking there. He just knows that there's a mob there. Why would Matthew go to that? Doesn't really make sense to me there. Maybe I'm missing something, but yeah. Yeah, I love this parable. So good. Like you see how Tamar's friends that are with her are dressed just like her. They have the same type of jewelry. Like obviously they're supposed to be connected, but we never get an understanding of why or how they're connected. Yeah. So maybe we'll get something else played off that in the future of the series, but we haven't really gotten anything yet. This is one of the scenes that I broke down, showing this version of the scene and then the version from the Bible series. And yeah, this version is just so much better. It's so much better for sure. I love that connection point there, which is why I want to see them again later in the series. I think it would be so cool to see them. All the connection points are coming now. So good. Love the music here too. The music is amazing in this section. This is the really the first time that we see Matthew writing down stuff that he's going to remember later on. I love this setup too for Shmuel and Jesus, like showing the antagonistic nature that they're going to have towards each other. Which is going to leaves us with a question for season 4, because season 4 is like such a big question mark with Shmuel in general, to see where he sits and what he's actually doing. I think the Pharisees are going to become a little less the antagonists, and the Sadducees are going to become way more the antagonists. I love this shot here. So good. Just pulling down, focus on the feet. And immediately he got up. So good. Yep. And then, of course, we get to see Ethan again next season. Wonder if he'll ever show up again for something with Tamar, or to help with the storyline there in any way. Yep. The vengeance of Shmuel via the Roman guards. Yeah, I think they were just friends, Gingerella. From what they say in season 2, seems like they're just friends. Are you lost? Yes, I am. It's a great line as well. Sarah, problem officer. Yeah, that's an interesting line. And then that's the cover of the poster book, right? The first one. And that is the end of episode 6. Almost exactly 50 minutes. Alrighty. And we will move on. To episode 7. How you guys doing so far? Holding up? Some of you have been here with me for a long time. Getting to that midday tired moment, you know? All right, let's continue on. Episode 7, let me get this set up so we can move on. Here you go, episode 7. Got that all set. Got that here. Alrighty. Here we go. Let's move on. Episode 7. 2 more to go. Then we'll be there. Here we go. And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here we go. Episode 7. One of my favorites. One with probably the most scripture out of any of the episodes in season 1. Really, really cool. I did the audition just for fun for season 3 of The Chosen, using this scene right here where I played Joshua, and basically had Vanessa read me the lines for Moses here. That's on the Snipe Life channel if you want to check that out. Maybe I'll post that on this channel as well, just so you guys could see it, because it was fun. So, yeah. Yeah, I know. They're all my favorites. There's no episode that I think is horrible. Um, but episode 7 is probably my favorite out of all of them. And then maybe episode 5, then episode 3. I think episode 6 is okay. Yeah. What's up, Jenny? Good to see you. We're on episode 7 at this time mark if you want to join us in watching the show. Fun stuff. Yes, the actor who's playing Moses here was in The Two Thieves. Yes, yes. Good catch there, Amy. Yeah, he was the main character in The Two Thieves. Yep. You dozed off. Me too, almost. I'm definitely getting a little bit tired. What's up? Welcome to the live stream. We're watching episode 7 right now of Chosen Season 1. If you want to jump in, we're at this time marker right here, and that is the intro song is where we just hit. So we're just in the beginning of episode 7, so only 2 more episodes to go, and then we'll be done with Season 1. So the binge is almost done. Yeah, I hate it when you have to wait for those timings for people to come to your house and fix stuff. Totally get it, for sure. We got Matthew here again. Love how he has the same clothes. He's just picking between the same one. Yeah, we've been going for quite a while, Jenny, but it's all good. You can always go back and check it out after we're done here if you'd like. But just trying to give some commentary and watch through with friends, you know. I needed to rewatch these episodes anyways, kind of coming into season 4, obviously. So we'll do the rest of the seasons. Maybe not this week because I gotta prep for Chosen Con. But maybe after that we'll go through the rest of the episodes. Jesslyn, we're just watching through season 1 of The Chosen. Obviously, I can't show it on stream. Even if I show this little picture right here for too long, YouTube will start to freak out. So basically what we're doing is we have a timer right here, and you can pull it up on a second computer or or a TV or something, and you can watch it alongside with us. So we're on episode 7 at exactly 6 minutes right now, and you can watch along with us. And that's where we are in the episode right there. Yeah, we could break them up, Amy, but then it's not as epic, you know? It's not as epic of a binge. Yeah, but not as tiring. That's very true. Hello, just tuned in. Can't wait for season 4. Did they say if it will be next year? Say yeah. Should we're assuming it's going to be January, February of next year. So we'll have to see when exactly that's going to be, but it's going to all be in theaters. Looks like. So they're probably going to do 2 episodes at a time in theaters and do that 4 times. Would be my guess. Right now we're watching through season 1. We're in episode 7, right about here. So I can't show it on stream. So if you want to join us, there's a timer right here showing us the time code that we're at right now for the episode. This is one of the only scenes that we ever see Quintus outside of his office. And there's only been 2 scenes, I think, of him outside of his office. One at the very beginning of the series when he's talking to Nicodemus, and then now in Nicodemus's house here. And then we're gonna get some more in season 4 of Quintus, kind of going a little bit crazy. My favorite character is probably Nathaniel. If I had to pick one, although I really love Eden as a character as well, but Nathaniel is one of my favorites. Absolutely, just the way that he's really blunt. It's very similar to myself. So, Sons of Thunder or Sons of Jonah, huh? I don't know that I have a preference other than I suppose the better pair would be the Sons of Thunder. Unless you would put Peter so highly that he would outrank them, but I don't know. I don't know if I have a preference there. No problem, Kathy. Glad we could do it for sure. I needed to rewatch these anyways, so it definitely works out. Yeah, Jesselyn, I like Nathaniel. I like Austin as an actor. I think he's one of the best actors I think in the show. Um, yeah, he's very 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 good. Mm. Yeah. Yeah, I agree, Minion. But at this point in the show, they actually didn't know that Tamara was going to be a recurring character, right? She didn't really come into place until almost the end of season two to become a new character that's going to be a part of everything. Um, so yeah, it is interesting for sure. This part's interesting because in scripture, it definitely reads like Matthew invited them for dinner. Not that Jesus planned this dinner without Matthew's consent, but chosen gonna do chosen things, I suppose. Yeah, the dog is so much. There's so many scenes with the dog in this season, and then the next couple seasons there's like nothing. So someone was asking about Ezzy and Gibber. It'll be small, but you can see it here above the Gulf here. So past the Red Sea on the left over here, um, up here on the north section. So it would be somewhere over here, kind of south of Israel today, basically, in this little peninsula here. Yeah, it's possible, Kim, that's the case. That they combine the two stories. It wouldn't be the first time for sure. I do wonder if we'll ever see Zacchaeus. I doubt it. but it's a possibility as always. But yeah, having two tax collector stories in this show may be too much, maybe not necessary. You're welcome, Jenny. No worries. This is an interesting conversation too, coming from Eden and Simon. I don't want our burdens to become his, but then in season 3, they kind of do, right? Both of them are mad at Jesus for not taking on their burdens when he's taking on other people's, right? So it's an interesting juxtaposition there. Maybe I'll make a video about that. Yeah, Jesslyn, this is a good question. We talked about this earlier because in episode 2, you actually see his sister. Um, and yeah, so we've actually seen her face in the show, but she's never appeared again and never really mentioned beyond the conversation with his mom there. So yeah, yeah, for sure. One of my favorite scenes here, absolutely. Just the way that it's shot, how much scripture is in this scene, really, really good stuff. Thanks, appreciate it. What's up, AD? Yeah, we're in season 1, episode 7, and we're at this time marker if you want to join us watching the show. We're hitting to the point where Nicodemus is speaking with Jesus right now. Yeah, we've been going for quite a while. We've got an episode and a half left to go. I love these moments because it's so scripturally based. Um, so good, so good. Just imagining the real Jesus having a conversation with Nicodemus like this is so cool. And again, just perfect writing here. Going back to the beginning, the flashback in the beginning of this episode, so good. Which of course is foreshadowing to Jesus being lifted up as well. So good. John 3:16. Hmm. Yeah, so good. I love that. That's John 3, like 17 through 19. Such good parts. Holy roof, anyway. Yeah, this is another moment I know people were kind of upset about. Like, why would Jesus protest to someone worshiping him? Which I kind of agree with. Like, yeah. Not that he would be like, anyway, we can talk about it another time, but definitely something that is interesting that they put in there. I went to see my mother. That's funny, AD. Is that the song that goes, "We are standing on holy ground"? Na, 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 na. That one? We sing that for a retreat that I go to as well. This part's so good. Matthew just running out to join him. So good. This is the beginning of Gaius coming to Jesus, in so many ways. He's like, why would you do this? He starts questioning things after things. Yeah, it's a big deal. And there comes the slogan, get used to different. All right, episode 7 done. One more episode to go. Let's dive into this. Everybody get ready for that one. We're going to jump over in just a second. Let me fix this. Going to episode 8. And let's go over to episode 8. Here we go. No, that wasn't his house key. I think that was like the booth key, maybe, or something else. I don't think that was the house key for his parents quite yet, because he gives that to him at the beginning of episode 8. But yeah, anyway. All right, let's keep on going. Here we go. Going into episode 8. Everybody ready? Cue it up. We're gonna get there, and then we're gonna start in 5, 4, 3, 2. Oops, I messed up. One second. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Here we go. Season 1 finale. I love this flashback to Jacob. So good. I wonder which 3 sons those are supposed to be there. Wouldn't he be called Israel at this point in his life? Well, I guess the Israel people still call him Jacob, don't they? They say like the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. So, I don't know. You do not carry him with you. Mm. It's the shallowest well I've ever seen in my life. Yeah. Of course, Jacob's Well is famously known for being one of the deepest wells at the time. So it's interesting that they made that. So I guess because there's no other way you could shoot it, I guess, but it's still funny to me. Fotina. Now we don't actually know what her name was. The tradition gives us the name Fotina, though, which is why her name is Fotina in the show. Same thing with Veronica, because they tie her together with a different woman that's given that traditional name as well later on. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, the setups to the episodes just keep on getting better and better. Some of my favorite are in season two. Season two, episode one, I think is just perfect. But this episode as well is really, really good. Setting up with Jacob's Well, then the Samaritan woman is at Jacob's Well, of course, and then that leads us to the end of the story where Jesus meets her. So, really, really, really good setup. Like it a lot for sure. Really smart. He's probably the funniest character in this episode. Mm-hmm. Yeah, this story is so messy. Like thinking about all of this for sure. Like they're talking about here. I mean, only a man can divorce his wife. Um, and so it kind of gives us a story into how she would have been in these other relationships, or maybe she was promiscuous beyond her marital duties and that's why she got divorced so many times. Like it's hard to say exactly what happened, if these men were divorcing her for different reasons or because they had legitimate reasons to do so. So it's pretty crazy. But I mean, even right now, like we hear in the scriptures, she's married to this guy, but she's sleeping with another guy. So it's obviously she was promiscuous to some extent, for sure. Here's the feast at Matthew's house. Shula with the blind joke is too much. Yeah, this is a cool scene. Barnaby, you eat a lot. Yeah, it's so funny that it's Yusuf and Rabbi Josiah here. Yeah, that's true, AD. I don't know. Maybe she was had to take care of her mom, would be my guess. Yeah, this is my favorite verse in all the Bible, Mark 2:17, coming up here. Hmm. This part right here. Yeah, Premi Ordinate, duh. You all keep eating. Matthew's so awkward, dude. Do not change the subject. Well, I'm not gonna do that. So that's off screen where Matthew gives him the keys and different things to give to his parents. We still have not seen them together, Caiaphas and Nicodemus. Hmm. Mm. Good point, Abby. Yeah, it's a hard situation, right? Like he's got a family and a position and everything else. It's hard. Why would you let him quit? I really don't like that man. One of my favorite lines. I have bad chins. This is a really interesting moment between Shmuel and Nicodemus. Super antagonistic. We don't really see Shmuel like this very often. Yeah, you can see Nicodemus is still deciding like how he wants to play this. Like he's just straight up lying here, so it's an interesting moment. Like Nicodemus obviously believes that Jesus is the Messiah, that he is the Son of God. I mean, he believes that. Uh, but yeah, it's an interesting dialogue here. Divination is uh, it's like the ability to read minds. It's the ability to like get knowledge from God, essentially, like divine knowledge. But yes, it's akin to witchcraft and stuff. Usually it's used in that way. Shmuel here is definitely using it in a bad context. Yes. Dasha. We're in the healing Dasha scene. This is one of my favorite scenes too. Yeah, we'll definitely do some sort of live stream, so definitely check on this channel as much as you can during the week. I'm going to have to make a decision, though, because I don't know if this channel is going to be monetized in time for ChosenCon, which kind of stinks, but it's all good. We'll continue to do a bunch of content on here for sure for ChosenCon. So, yes, keep an eye on it. Keep the bell icon on if you want to see all the stuff we're doing this next week. Should be a ton of fun. So. Yep. Yeah, this scene's so good. We need more watch hours, AD. So you need, in order to be monetized fully on YouTube, you need 4,000 watch hours. Right now, we're a little over half of that. So we're trying to hit that before the end of the week, which is one of the reasons why I'm doing these live streams as well. But we'll see. We'll see if we get there. It's not the biggest deal in the world if we don't, but it would be awesome if we could. I love this scene so much. So good. This scene, I think, specifically for pastors' wives, is massive as well. Super, super cool. And then we get to Dasha, of course. Thanks, Jaylee. I appreciate that. 1,000 hours sounds like a lot of time, though, for one person. Yeah, rewatched videos count as well. Yeah. So that could help out if you guys do want to watch some more videos on this channel. Help us get to the monetized level there. Who are you? That's one of the funniest parts. This channel does not have its own Patreon. No, we just run everything through Snipe Life because it's easier for us to put all of our extra content over there. So no, as of right now, this channel does not have its own Patreon. It's just the Snipe Life altogether there. Yes, I love goat cheese. Nectarines or plums? So this guy's really interesting. I've never done a video on him, but this is most likely Fotina's first real love, the husband that she wished that she had, but that she lost, right? Because he smells like oranges. It's very possible this is an ex-husband of hers. Or maybe like an ex, like brother-in-law or something like that, that's connected to her husband. Because he's an orange seller. Yeah, ADA, I agree 100% with that for sure. I believe they messed up something on this this paper originally that was like offensive, and they had to fix it with the graphics later on. I think it was that paper that was messed up. Yeah, it's interesting. Andrew leaving his house because later on, like when they come back in season 3, like he has a totally different house. So like we never actually see Andrew's house fully in this, but even showing that door, like it's not the same building, not even close. So it's interesting. That's a good catch too, AD, that he still has the key to his house. Maybe he's giving it to Gaius right now. I don't know. There's a lot of things that could happen off screen. You know, it's hard to say on some of those. Some things are just straight up wrong, though. Yeah, yeah. I think her name is what is her name? I just forgot it. Is it Rose? Oh, I can't remember. Let me look it up. Ruby, that's her name. I knew it was an R name. Yeah, her name is Ruby. Matthew's like, money? Nicodemus. Yeah, this is a hard scene as well. Vanessa's not here. No, she's at work. I love that Matthew wears this one pair of clothes for like the next several weeks. It's supposed to be like this super nice pair of clothing. At a minimum, several weeks. Honestly, it should be like years. To be honest with you, maybe not years, but definitely months for sure. Don't burn it down. Mm. This part with Gaius is so funny. Getting Dallas in here would be extremely difficult. This would waste so much time for him on something that he doesn't really he would never really want to do. But yes, it would be cool. But I severely doubt that that would ever occur. Are you telling a joke? The last episode with Big James number two. It's going to be a very annoying time. This is actually a scene that they added after the fact because originally they never put in any clarification that Mary was staying with somebody else other than the guys. And so this helped to show that Mary actually slept separately from the boys because they didn't clarify that in a different area. So as they're traveling, they're finding different people's houses to stay at, and that clarifies that. But originally, they were worried that people would think like, oh, Mary is just like sleeping around with the boys here. Yeah. Yeah, Abe Martell is just the best Big James, dude. I'm so glad they got him. Not that these other guys are like horrible, but just the way that he says things, the way that he's brought in for his character, how he's kind of like aggressive, and his voice in that, like it just fits so perfectly. So I'm glad that he's stuck around, that he's been the Big James, you know, for sure. I hope we say the same thing about Philip, that it's like, oh wow, this is like such a good fit for Reza Diaco coming in season 4. So yeah. Yeah, Rayma is with Thomas still. They haven't found their way over to Samaria yet. Hasn't been 12 days since the wedding. Yoshi was good, but there was definitely like when we do our binge of season 2, I'll point out some of the things. There's definitely some moments where Philip uh, like stumbles a bit, where Yoshi stumbles a bit on the acting. For the most part, I thought he was great, but there are definitely some moments where it was like, maybe, yeah. So we'll point those out when we watch season 2. I can't remember, but I think scripture says specifically that it's outside the city. I cannot remember though, where the well was located. I can tell you about some of the archaeological places where people believe it exists today. There's two different locations that are kind of disputed over, but it's kind of hard to say. I don't know when I'm going to do the season 2 binge, but I will let you guys know when that happens. I love that laugh. Ha 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 ha. Fatina's going to be at, her name's Vanessa, I believe, is going to be at Chosen Con as well, which will be cool. Yeah, we'll definitely talk about it at some point, AD, but it'll be on the Snipe Life. Mm. Yeah, the handheld camera shots, the reason why they do that is because they want it to feel authentic. They want it to feel as if you were there, like in person, um, watching this. If it was on a tripod and steady, it would have a totally different feel. This is one of the funniest things in the whole season. Who got you food? So funny. What food? Here we go. Bow, 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 wow, 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 wow. And that's the last we ever saw of Big James number 2. And that's it. Season 1 done. Epic binge party completed. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. Appreciate you guys. Oh man, that was good. Rewatching season 1. It's definitely my least favorite of all the seasons, but it has some really, really good parts. I think season 2 and season 3 just get so much better. I think season 2 still might be my favorite after thinking about it for a long time, but during these rewatches, I'm going to kind of reevaluate that and see where I sit with it. But anyway, thank you guys for hanging out with me. Like I said, we are looking for more watch hours for our channel. So if you want to go check out some more videos on this channel right after this, it would actually really, really help me out if you could spend a few more minutes just checking out some of those videos, because it'll tell YouTube that not only do you really like our channel, but actually it'll send it out to more and more people to check out our channel. So if you want to share about the Chosen Sleuth, not a lot of Chosen fans know about it yet, but go check out some more videos, share our channel, and it would really, really help us out so that we can make more content and do more stuff on this channel. We're getting there, just we need to kind of pass some of these weird YouTube milestones in order to get to monetization, and then we'll really be able to do a bunch of stuff. So thank you guys so much. Appreciate you. Love you guys. Thank you for sticking around with me for so long. There's a bunch of you that were here almost the whole time, so you guys are amazing. Love you guys so much. Like and subscribe, and we'll see you later. I don't have a cool exit screen for this channel yet, so I'm just going to use the Snipe Life one. Okay, goodbye. See you guys. Bye.